Testing, testing, testing. 99, 98, 97. Testing audio level. And a very pleasant good evening and welcome once again to Ventura College Football on SoCalCollegeSports.com and the VC Sports Network. Tonight we have an inter-conference matchup between Ventura College and the Allan Hancock College Bulldogs. The Pirates come off a tough week last week in Week 2 as they traveled to Saddleback and were soundly beaten by the Gauchos 48-24. That evened up their record on the season at 1 win and 1 loss. Meanwhile, for Allan Hancock, they had a bye in Week 1 in a schedule oddity, but returned to action to begin their season in Week 2 and did so emphatically with a 70-3 win over LA Valley. In case you're wondering, on a little bit of a scouting report on the Bulldogs, you'll need look no further than the running game. 462 yards rushing in the victory over LA Valley with 9 rushing touchdowns in the game. So the mandate for the Pirate defense is clear. They have to find a way to slow down this Bulldog running game, and it's the Bulldogs that will have the ball first. Ventura won the toss but elected to defer and give the ball to Allan Hancock to start the game. They'll work it from left to right. Retreating deep is tailback Eddie Battle to receive the kick from the Pirates, who have yet to take the field. A matchup of the defending SCFA champions in the National Conference and the defending champions in the American Conference as Allan Hancock in a thrilling win over San Bernardino Valley last year in the American Conference Championship. So it's a confident Bulldog team, and they should be in this particular matchup. Last year, these two teams met at Allan Hancock, and it was a 29-28 win for the Pirates, and the Pirates had to come from behind in the final minutes to eke out that victory. Doman with a swing pass to Duckett, and Duckett goes 62 yards for a touchdown to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. That in a matchup last year at Allan Hancock. So the Bulldogs know this Pirate team well, having spent a lot of time in the Northern Conference, in the Northern Division of the National Conference. And now they return as an inter-conference opponent coming from the American Conference. Touchback on the opening kick. And Allan Hancock will start from their own 25-yard line. 35, excuse me, as that ball was out of bounds. I'm reminded by Art Gilbreth handling camera tonight and backing me up as he often does. The Bulldogs come out in an I formation backfield, receivers left and right on 1st and 10. And they will look to throw on 1st down, and going deep looking for Lakes down the near side. He is blanketed by Anusium, and here comes the flag. Let's take one more look, and in the scouting report and talking to Steve Mushagian, let's watch the coverage here by Anusium. He expected that the Bulldogs would look to throw 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and perhaps throw 4th. But they wanted to establish the running game for a couple of reasons. First of all, it goes a long way toward what they do well as a team, but also to keep the ball away from the Pirate offense. But in a bit of a change-up from Chris Dutra, he comes out and goes with the deep pass on 1st down, and to good effect. A 15-yard penalty moves it to midfield. They'll keep it on the ground on 1st and 10. Whitmill gets the call, and a pickup of about 4 before he is gang tackled. That'll bring up 2nd down and 6. Whitmill, one of 5 backs last week that had 8 or more carries for Allan Hancock. So it'll be a revolving door. 2nd down and 6. Chase Hunter, the up back, and they go back to Whitmill. A little cut to the left, and he is stood up after a gain of a yard. Third down and 5 for the Bulldogs. And now they return with Whitmill. in an offset I formation. And he is tripped up at the line. That looked like Owens getting a hand in. And now a late flag as Whitmill was brought down well short of first down yardage. But let's see what the flag is. The Pirates. I started to say the Pirates hurt themselves with some penalties last week and in week number 1, but this one will be a personal foul against Allan Hancock. And that'll back them up 15 yards and bring on Cade England and the punting unit. So a nice stand by the Pirates after the initial penalty moved it out to midfield. Sanchez retreats deep to receive this punt from England. We're just underway. Beautiful night for football in Ventura, California. It's Pirate football on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Good snap to England, and he gets this one away. High kick, Sanchez signals for the fair catch, and he lost it. It looks like the Bulldogs recover at the 30-yard line. Well, no matter who the opponent, you cannot afford to give second and third chances with the football. We'll take a look at this one again, and it's just off the fingertips of Sanchez. Didn't get all the way under it. Easy recovery at the 30. The turnover gives it back to the Bulldogs, and a huge chance now. 13:21 to go in the opening quarter. And the Bulldogs have it at the Pirate 30. On the ground again, over right guard. Gain of about 4. Desmond Newkirk, a new back, in for Allan Hancock, and he gets the first down carry. And now he'll check out after a gain of 4 and be replaced by Terrence Rayner. So already 3 different backs for Allan Hancock, and this is just the beginning. We haven't seen the leading rusher from last week, Eddie Battle. This is Rayner, hit and dropped after a gain of a couple. Callaway moving up from his safety spot for the stop, and it'll bring up a 3rd down and 4 from the 24. And is it Newkirk in the backfield once again, replacing Rayner, offset I formation. They pitch it, and this is Newkirk trying to get the corner, cuts back, sheds a tackle. He's inside the 20 and down to the 19. That is good enough for a first down. Needed 4 yards, and he got 5. Callaway again on the stop, but not before Newkirk moves the chains. And here comes Rayner as they continue to shuffle in the backs on every play. I formation backfield. Rayner with a little lane. He's inside the 15 down to the 14. 5-yard run for Rayner. Corey Owens with the stop for the Pirates. And a 2nd down and 5 upcoming for the Bulldogs, who have moved it into the red zone. First trip for either team into the red zone tonight, just underway. Moyer coming off the edge, able to wrap up Newkirk, who just got back to the line. That'll bring up a 3rd down and 5. It's a good job by Moyer coming off the edge before Newkirk could get a head of steam going. And here comes Rayner, returning as the tailback. Matt Garcia, who at least according to the box score threw 1 pass last week, is under center for Allan Hancock. 3rd and 5. Rayner picks his way forward, but he is going to be stood up short of first down yardage. Callaway with another stop, a 1-yard run for Gainer. And that brings up 4th down, 4 yards to go, and we'll see a field goal attempt from Edgar Zacharias. Zacharias had a busy week last week, but only in terms of extra points. 10 touchdowns for Allan Hancock in the victory over LA Valley, 70-3. So this will represent his first field goal opportunity of the season. Good snap placement down, and that one partially blocked, and it's short. Great stand by the Pirates. Let's take one more look here as Zacharias attempts from 30 yards out. Good job off the edge and just enough. And with 10 minutes exactly to go in the first quarter, still a scoreless game. Alakai Ewan gets the start tonight. Dino Maldonado was a game-time decision. Weren't sure at all that he could go. The Pirates are very banged up at the skill positions. Wick gets the carry on first down and a gain of about 3 out to the 23-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd and 7. Daniel Moraga missed the game last week. Jaden Vargas, the tailback. Chris Brooks, a wide out. All kinds of room for Wick on the near side. He's got the first down and more. Breaks a tackle at the 42, spins forward to the 46. That's a gain of 23 yards to get the Pirates moving. Looked like a blown coverage. Pirates going to move quickly. Back to the line with Ewan. But now you got Maldonado, Moraga, Brooks, Vargas, and this is Vargas who has checked in. So Vargas able to go tonight. Big hole for Wicks into the Bulldogs secondary inside the 30 all the way down to the 25-yard line. That is a gain of about 29 yards. See the big hole here for Wick and just catch the tail end and a touchdown saving tackle. So we're back to live action. Wick running left, cuts it back. He's down to the 22. Catch just the tail end there. That's a gain of about 3 yards. And Wick, who was largely held in check last week against Saddleback, but finding the going a lot easier here against Allan Hancock on this opening drive for Ventura. Running and catching the football. Ewan, good protection, looking right, guns it into coverage. This one's picked off. Second turnover for the Pirates here in the early going. The return all the way into Pirate territory. L.J. Vongzi, the linebacker, dropping back into coverage, and let's take a look at the bad news if you're a Pirate fan here. And just caught the tail end of that. Apologies. But Vongzi dropping back into coverage with the interception, and Ewan just never saw him. They're going to say he stepped out of bounds at his own 47-yard line. With 8:09 to go in the first quarter, it's another short field for Allan Hancock as they take over with good field position after the interception by L.J. Vongzi. All on the ground, Garcia rather on the keeper. Tiptoes the far sideline and absorbs a big hit near the first down marker, and here comes a flag. Meanwhile, we also have a Bulldog player down. No, he's getting to his feet. And now a late penalty. Well, the first one looked like it should be and could be a late hit. That's speculation at this point. Garcia with a great fake. It's been a frustrating start for Ventura. A muffed punt. And then after the Pirate defense managed to hold and get a blocked field goal, the Pirates were driving, only to see that drive end with an interception by L.J. Vongsi. And the Bulldogs get it back. And Garcia, the ball initially spotted at the 46 of Ventura. That would be a gain of 7 yards. But some penalties coming here. And the referee, Mickey Edwards, they'll huddle his staff up and they'll figure out what's next. Here's the call. Okay, so personal fouls on both sides. Those penalties offset, but they'll take the result of the play anyway, and it should be 2nd down and 3. I believe I have that sorted out. And that's a tough break if you're Allan Hancock. That was a late hit there that was going to tack on 15 yards. But the late flag and the personal foul after the play takes those 15 yards away. And instead now it's 2nd and 3 as Garcia brings the Bulldogs to the line. Smith, off tackle on the left side, falls forward for a gain of a couple. He's about a yard shy of first down yardage. And a 3rd down and 1 coming up. Well, I've already lost count. Here's Eddie Battle. It's at least 4 different Bulldog tailbacks that we've seen carry the ball in the first half of the first quarter. Third and short. Battle with running room, has the first down and more, down to the 30, 25, inside the 20, finally run out of bounds by Callaway. A flag on the play. Well, let's see if this one is coming back.
Holding, number 16 of the offense. 10-yard penalty is from the spot of the foul.
It's a hold against Allan Hancock, but it'll be a spot foul. And Battle had the first down by a large margin, so this is still going to move the chains. So the result of the play will still make it a first down. They'll spot the ball at the Ventura 40, where it'll be 1st and 10 for Allan Hancock. Thanks to a couple of turnovers, they've really dominated the ball here in the early going, but we're still scoreless. Tight formation, Garcia, jet screen, and a gain of about 7 or 8 yards as he finds Michael Dutra. Excuse me, that was Rashawn Young, 5'9" wide receiver of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Good enough for about 8 yards. That'll bring up a 2nd and short. And Battle in the deep eye. Garcia has the snap, gives to Battle straight ahead, lowers the shoulder. Close to the first down, but a little bit short. Good job by the Pirate defense. Well, let's see what kind of spot they give Eddie Battle. Battle, who averaged over 10 yards a carry last week, 9 carries, went over 100 yards in the victory over LA Valley, and he gets a pretty good spot there to the Pirate 30. Good enough to move the chains. Fresh set of downs for Allan Hancock. And a 1st and 10 from the Pirate 30. And Maury Smith returns in the backfield. Smith, little hop at the line, and then explodes forward to the 26 for a gain of about 4. Callaway has had a busy first quarter for Ventura from his safety spot, and you got to expect that Callaway is going to be very aggressive from that safety spot against a team that really thrives running the football like the Bulldogs do, and he's already been very busy. I count about 5 tackles for Callaway here in the first quarter alone. Gain of 4 for Smith, and a 2nd down and 6 upcoming. Pitch to Battle running left. He's in some trouble behind the line. Sheds 1 tackle, but he is going to be thrown for a loss. Looked like he lost his helmet on the play.
Initial contact for the Pirates made by number 4, Jeremiah Nunnery.
It was Jeremiah Nunnery really getting there first to blow that play up. Battle lost a couple of yards on the play for a 3rd down and 8. Smith will return for the Bulldogs. This drive started for Allan Hancock at their own 47 after the Vongsi interception. They face a 3rd and 8 from the Ventura 28. Hunter in motion. Play action for Garcia, and the throw behind his intended target. He was looking for Chase Hansen coming out of the backfield. That'll bring up 4th down, and will we see Zacharias or England? And it looks like Chris Dutras is going to send out Zacharias to try a 45-yard field goal. Well, Zacharias already had one blocked from the 30. Low snap, but a good job by England to get it down. Line drive kick will never get there. So a couple of opportunities for the Bulldogs early, but nothing doing. And with 4:30 to go in the first quarter, still scoreless. And if you're Ventura, you'll take that, given how this first period has gone so far. They'll start this drive from their own 28. 4:30 to go in the first quarter. Ewan brings the Pirate offense back. Fake to Wick. Ewan starts to scramble, throws on the run, and the pass is dropped. He was looking for Adkins, and Adkins can't find the handle. And it'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Mataisi had the coverage. Wick on the counter, finds a hole. Ahead to the 36. Mataisi coming up and laying the big hit on Wick, but not before. Wick picks up 8 yards and brings up a 3rd and 2. They go back to Wick up the middle, tripped up, but he gets the 1st down out to the 44. Wagner with the stop. I misspoke there. That's the 39-yard line. That's a pickup of 3, but on 3rd and 2, that's good enough. Well, the Pirates moved the football on their first possession. Just ended with the interception in Allan Hancock territory. But it was a good drive till that point. Quick pitch on the sweep. And this one not going much of anywhere. They tried Adkins on the jet sweep. Goldhammer with the stop. Adkins picks up 2 yards, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 8. Well, that's a good job by Goldhammer staying home as the Pirates try a little misdirection. And they'll keep Adkins in the backfield with Wick. Now they send Adkins in motion. Wick gets the carry, and he is dragged down from behind. That is a great job by Cameron Brown, limiting Wick to a gain, well, really to no gain. They spotted at the 41. And Brown does a great job tracking that play down. And that'll make it 3rd and 8. Ewan's had a lot of success in the first couple of weeks moving the football, but it's mainly been with his legs. Over the first 2 weeks, he's just 10 of 23 passing the football. So Alakai Ewan still something of a work in progress throwing the ball. Blitz coming, and Ewan in some trouble. Throws on the run, looking deep, and this one incomplete. A flag down in the Bulldogs secondary. Let's see what the call is. This came in late. Ewan did a good job keeping this play alive against the blitz. And Let's see if that scrambling ability pays dividends for the Pirates. And it is holding against the Bulldogs. And this will give the Pirates a first down. 10-yard penalty moves it to the Allan Hancock 49, and you talk about an offense that you absolutely cannot afford to give first downs via the penalty. That would be this Pirate offense. But they get another chance here. The give to Gaitan in the backfield, and he is hit behind the line. That was E.J. Barrera coming off the edge and hitting Gaitan behind the line. It's a loss of a yard and a second down and 1. Coming up for Ventura. Gaitan will stay in the backfield with Vargas. Dual setbacks on 2nd and 11. Now they send Vargas in motion. Back to Gaitan running up the middle. Churning his legs, and he moves the pile for a gain of about 5 yards to the 45. And, yeah, that was Gaitan on the carry. 3rd down and 6. Gaitan lost his helmet, so he'll check out. Here comes Chuck Wick on a big 3rd down for Ventura at the Allan Hancock 45. Quick first quarter, 1:34 and counting to go. Still no score. 3 wide receivers to the top of your screen. Wick tries to cut it back. He's hit behind the line. Loss of a yard. That's a great job by the Bulldog defense. Not fooled at all by this play. Sniffin with the stop. And the Pirates will be forced to punt. Give me one more look at this one here. And the Bulldogs coming on the blitz, and they're ready. And nothing doing for the Pirates, and that drive stalls. And that'll bring on Sanchez in the punting unit. Pirates going to try and fake the punt, and this one's not going to work. Gaitan on the direct snap. Mataisi up on this one, and Pirates try a little bit of trickery here. But the Bulldogs not fooled. And this is Mataisi coming in and reading that play beautifully. And the Bulldogs will take over with another short field with 44 seconds to go. They'll have it at the Ventura 49. Garcia, play action, under pressure, throws on the run and just has to throw it away. That was Moyer bringing the pressure. And a 2nd and 10. Garcia still looking for his first completion. Allan Hancock has had some chances, a couple of Pirate turnovers, now a fake punt that doesn't work, and another short field for the Bulldogs. But so far the Pirate defense, after a miserable last week trying to contain the Gauchos down in Mission Viejo, off to a much better start here at home. Think back to week 1, and they were pretty stifling against Orange Coast in the season opening win a couple of weeks back. 2nd down and 10. I formation backfield. They keep it on the ground with Newkirk. Straight ahead, trying to move the pile. And does so to the 44, call it the 43. It's a 6-yard run for Newkirk, and it brings up a 3rd and manageable at 3rd and 4. Call it 3rd and 5. They'll spot it at the 44. This could be the final play of the first quarter. Let's see if the Bulldogs want to run one more play down to 10 seconds. Well, they're going to come to the line. They'll move both receivers to the left, and instead they will let the quarter come to a close. We're through one quarter. Allan, Hancock, and Ventura scoreless. It's Ventura College football on SoCalCollegeSports.com. You want to just, anytime you see who it is, just say it. I'll take it anytime. Thanks. Third down and 5 to start the second quarter. DJ Whitmill in the backfield, and he's got a lane into the Pirates secondary. First down and a lot more. Down to about the 10-yard line. Let's see where they spot it. They'll spot it at the 10. That's a 34-yard run for DJ Whitmill. Callaway finally with the stop. So Newkirk will replace Whitmill after the 34-yard run. Moves it to the Ventura 10-yard line. Offset eye behind Garcia. Newkirk looking for a lane, but he is tripped up behind the line. A loss on the play. Owens coming off the edge with the stop. Newkirk loses a yard. That'll make it second and goal from the 11. And that'll bring back Whitmill. Garcia under center, has the snap. Whitmill dragging tacklers down to the 5. 6-yard run for Whitmill. Third and goal coming up from the 5. Well, the Pirates did a pretty good job in the first quarter, limiting Allan Hancock to 44 yards on the ground, but they've picked up nearly that much already in the second quarter. And Newkirk will remain in the backfield on third and goal from the 5. Garcia on the fake, steps up, fires to the back of the end zone and overshoots his target. Callaway had the coverage. And that'll bring up fourth down from the 5. He was looking for Hansen at the back of the end zone. And do you bring out Edgar Zacharias, who's 0 for 2 so far today? This one's going to be a 22-yard effort. It'll come from the right hash. And Zacharias will try once again to get the Bulldogs on the board. Good snap, placement down, off the upright, and no good. And the struggles continue for Zacharias. Let's give you one more look here at this one. And this one is going to be a doink off the right upright. And Zacharias with his struggles here in this first half. I mean, one of them was a longer field goal, pretty bad snap, but a couple of them from a more manageable range, and the Bulldogs let an opportunity get away here now with 12:53 to go. The Pirates get it back, and we're still scoreless. Wick spins out of a tackle. He's up to the 26. Brown with the stop, but Wick picks up 6 yards, and a second down and 4 for Ventura. Offset I formation. Ewan, who should get all 4 quarters tonight. It looks like Dino Maldonado is a no-go. They fake to Wick, and Ewan has all kinds of room out to the 45, wrapped up at the 47. It's a 21-yard run for Alakai Ewan, and this just starts with a great fake.
21-yard gain, 1st and 10, Ventura.
They're going to fake it to Wick. And the defense goes right with Chuck Wick, and it's Ewan able to break into the secondary for 21 yards. They fake the pitch, and now they're going to throw deep, and they've got a man, and it's caught! Terrell Vaughn! No flags. Well, how about this? All right. Well, Tom Landry playbook right there. They fake it to Wick, and instead, the option pass, and Vaughn with touchdown catch number 5 on the young season. Extra point from Arroyo is up and good. In a minute 12, the Pirates go 80 yards. And they lead it now 7-0.
You know, if they get a couple of points, it's going to be tough for Hancock to score because they want to run the ball, and it's going to take them a while. Got to force the pass.
Couple of turnovers, couple of short fields for Allan Hancock, but nothing doing. The Pirate defense has found the answer so far, and now the offense gets into it. The option play, and it is done to perfection. 53 yards. Terrell Vaughn, touchdown catch number 5. I tell you, Terrell Vaughn's got to be in the conversation for Player of the Month in the SCFA. He has been outstanding. This one taken at the goal line. Not out to the 15. Davis started going sideways on that return, and he's limited to 13 yards. And Allan Hancock will start this drive deep in their own territory, now trailing it 7-0. Maury Smith will start in the deep eye. Well, if you're a Bulldog fan and you're looking for some good news, they did trail LA Valley 3-0 last week before responding with 70 unanswered. Might be a little tougher here tonight against this particular opponent, but they go back to work with Smith on the ground and a gain of a couple. Nunnery with the tackle. And Rayner will come in to replace Smith for this 2nd and 7 play. Garcia has the snap. Rayner. A little daylight, but it closes quickly. He's out to the 21. That's a gain of 5. And it'll bring up a 3rd down and 2.
Ball is carried by number 21, Terrence Rayner.
And here comes Smith again.
Ball to the 21-yard line, 5-yard gain, 3rd and 2.
3rd down and 2. Smith behind Garcia, and he gets the call. Good hole. Smith has the 1st down. Brought down at the 27. 6-yard run on 3rd and 2. Moves the chains. And here is Rayner returning. starting to get the rhythm here for Allan Hancock. It's a different back on every play. Getting a little help from Art. 1st and 10 from the 27. Receivers left and right for Garcia. And they keep it on the ground. Good yardage again. This one out to the 35. Rayner with 8 yards and a 2nd and short coming up for the Bulldogs. Well, it's not hard to imagine that for Allan Hancock, there's something of a rhythm to this offense, and the longer they can stay out there, I mean, and get that running game cranked up. Saw what it could do last week. Saw what it could do last year between these two teams when Allan Hancock rolled up over 300 yards on the ground, eventually falling by 1 point. But demonstrated that even against a very good Pirate defense, they can get the ball going on the ground. This play not going anywhere, though, a loss on the play. Darius Johnson quickly on top of that play. A loss on the play brings it back to a 3rd and 4. Smith never had a chance running left. That'll bring back Rayner for a 3rd down and 4. Football resting on the Allan Hancock 33-yard line. Offset I. Play action. Garcia under pressure. Just has to heave this one away, and it's picked off. Garcia was just trying to throw this one away. Nunnery, right place, right time. And a great job bringing this football in and tiptoeing the sidelines. And now it's the Pirate defense that forces a turnover. First turnover for the Bulldogs tonight. You see this play already in some trouble. Looked like Owens on top of Garcia just trying to throw this one away. And Nunnery with a great read. Moving forward for that football, makes the catch. Good hands for the linebacker. And the Pirates will take over at their at the Allan Hancock 34-yard line with a short field. And they go to work on 1st down. Wick, the ball carrier, and he's going nowhere on this play. Got back to the line, maybe lost a yard. Wagner moving up from his linebacker spot to make the stop. Wick loses a yard. 2nd down and 11. Wick with 48 yards rushing in the 1st quarter. Also had a 24-yard reception. So he really keyed that opening drive. 2nd and 11, empty backfield for Ewan. Has the snap. Blitz coming. Ewan going to tuck it and run. Looking for a lane. Circles to the outside and heads out of bounds at the 29. A gain of 6 will bring up a 3rd down and 5 for Ventura. Third and 5 from the Bulldog 29. And Allan Hancock get off the field. This is already within Arroyo's range for a field goal. We've seen that so far this season. Quick snap to Ewan. Pitches outside to Wick. Wick looking for the corner, cuts it back, spins out of a couple of tackles. That's a great second effort from Chuck Wick, and he is very near the 1st down marker. And in fact, they're going to move the chains. See if we can get a quick look here before they run this next play. And watch Wick, and he appears to be in all kinds of trouble here. But watch the second effort. Spinning, keeps moving, and has enough for the 1st down. Meanwhile, back to live action. Wick on the carry. Down to the 19, a pickup of 5. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 5. Pirates into the red zone. First trip into the red zone tonight for Ventura. Ewan looking left, throwing left, back shoulder throw, and it's caught! Touchdown Pirates! I dare to say, was that Terrell Vaughn again? Couldn't quite get a number on the far side. We'll get that for you, obviously. Either way, it's a Pirate touchdown, and well, they line up for the extra point. See if we can get you one more look at this one. This is a nice job by Ewan. Really locks in on that left side, but throws this ball where only his receiver can get it. This is a great job. Back shoulder throw, and a terrific sliding catch. The extra point, up and good. And it was number 9, Deshaun Staples, with the catch. So the Pirates will take it, no matter what form it comes in and who makes the catch. And they push the lead now to 14-0 as they go 34 yards in 2 minutes and 9 seconds. And they widen the lead. Arroyo has it teed up. 6:38 to go in this second quarter. And the kick away. This one taken at the 4. Now to the 20, 25, and a big hit at the 25-yard line. Davis on the return. Out to the 28. That's a 24-yard return, but he takes a thumping to get those 24 yards. They'll spot it at the 29. So that's a 25-yard return. And the Bulldogs will go to work. And they could use a sustained drive and some points. Pirates are starting to get it going downhill a little bit. They've got the lead out to 14-0 after a couple of early miscues. They keep it on the ground on first down. And pushing the pile for a gain of about 6, DJ Whitmill on the carry. Dasani Freeman with the stop. It's 2nd down and 4. Coming up, here comes Eddie Battle. Second and 4 Bulldogs. Battle tries to cut it back to his left and gains a couple before he is brought down. 3rd down and 2 coming up, and this is a pretty massive 3rd down for Allan Hancock. You really don't want a 3 and out here if you're the Bulldogs and give that Pirate offense another chance to go back to work. Already leading by 14. This one can get away from you in a hurry. Whitmill back in. 3rd and 1. Pirates crowding the line. They go to Whitmill, running right, has a lot of room. 1st down and more. He's into Pirate territory. Whitmill brought down at the 40. Cooper finally with the stop, but not before. A 22-yard scamper for Whitmill, and if my memory is right, I want to say it was Whitmill that had the big run earlier as well, but it is hard to keep track of all of these Bulldog backs as Battle returns in the backfield. 22 yards and a 1st and 10 from the Ventura 40. Offset I formation. Garcia faking. They try the double move. Now goes deep looking for Lakes, who has a step, and Lakes has it for a touchdown.
Touchdown, Hancock. Gavin Blondo's pass complete to number 2, Cajon Lakes.
Cajon Lakes. Let's give you a look at both the play that set it up, the 3rd down run, and then the touchdown to Lakes. Well, the Bulldogs get ready for the extra point. And it's the critical 3rd and 1. And a great job on the right side of that offensive line. It was Whitmill running for 22 yards. And then on the very next play as Zacharias puts it through to cut it to 14-7. And the double move, and it works. Lakes gets free. And he is in for a 40-yard touchdown. And the score now 14-7. That drive covered 71 yards in a minute 55 seconds. And the Bulldogs are on the board. And, well, who would have thunk it? They had a couple of short fields and couldn't find a way to cash in. And instead they go for the longer drive, 71 yards. Whitmill on the ground, Lakes through the air. What a time for the first completion tonight for Allan Hancock. And that's how it works. They can really set you up. They have that running game. So effective. And the double move there burns the Pirates. This one taken at the goal line. Adkins on the return out to the 22. Plenty of time for the Pirates. Both teams with all 3 timeouts remaining, 4:36 remaining here in the first half, and Ventura with the 14-7 lead. Good running room for Wick. Is that Nathan West or? Oh, it's Gaitan. Okay, correct that very quickly. Gaitan on the carry. 18-yard run for Juan Gaitan, who continues to do it all for this Pirate team. Catches the football now. Working out of the backfield, carrying the ball. Picks up 18 yards and a 1st and 10 from the 40. Gaitan again on the counter. Working behind his left tackle and picks up about 4 yards to the 44. Good patience by Gaitan, and Maitaisi on the stop after a gain of 4 and a 2nd and 6 upcoming for Ventura. Alakai Ewan. 3 wide receivers to the bottom of your screen. And the Pirates continue to work the running game, and Gaitan is popped after a pickup of about a yard, maybe 2. Justice McIntyre on the stop. Well, they're going to say no gain, but as I look at it, they gave Gaitan a couple of yards. So it's really about 3rd and 4 for Ventura. Gaitan remains in the game in the backfield. Receivers left and right for Ewan. Here's the snap. Blitz coming. Ewan steps up, completes for a 1st down. Sanchez with the big reception. 6 yards on a 3rd and 4 to move the chains. That'll move it into Allan Hancock territory at the 48-yard line, where it'll be 1st down and 10. Three wide receivers to the top of your screen now. Ewan with the snap, fakes to Gaitan on the keeper, down to the 40, and he'll head out of bounds. Gain of about 8. McWilliams finally runs him out of bounds. But Ewan picks up 7 yards, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 3. Well, that's a particularly dangerous play when Alakai Ewan is running it. As dangerous as he is running the football. Ewan steps up on 2nd and 3, and that pass is dropped by Farrell. And Farrell just running a quick slant and had gained some separation, but just couldn't wrap up that pass from Ewan. And that'll make it 3rd and 3. Chance for the Bulldogs to maybe get off the field. As Ewan brings him to the line. Gaitan running left, lowers the shoulder. He's got the 1st down, down to the 34. So Gaitan with 7 yards on a 3rd and 3. McKinney on the stop. But the Pirates moved the chains. Under 2 minutes to go here in the first half. And the Pirates looking to extend on a 7-point lead. Pistol formation for Ewan. Receivers left and right. Quick throw complete. Down to the 31. Sanchez working against the zone, and he just runs a quick button hook. Sits down in that zone, makes the catch for a gain of about 7. Gaitan through a good hole on the left side. Gaitan makes a move at the 15. He's inside the 10, down to the 5. Brought down near the 2-yard line. "25 yards for Gaitan. And the Pirates, who started this drive at their own 22-yard line, have it all the way to the Allan Hancock 43. Timeout on the play, and Allan Hancock wants a timeout. Let's take a look at the running of Gaitan as the Bulldogs will talk it over. Well, talked about the effort of the Bulldog offensive line on that right side on the Whitmill run, setting up the touchdown. How about the left side of that Pirate offensive line? And a nice job by Gaitan, taking it all the way down to the 2. 1st and goal for Ventura. As the teams trade long drives. Coming up at the half, we'll take a look at some other scores from around the SCFA. We'll also go back and look at some of the highlights from the first half. In our game here tonight, Ventura leading 14-7 over Allan Hancock.
We're going to have a 1st and goal.
First and goal from the 2. Wick has returned in the backfield. Ewan Reddy has the snap, fakes the pitch, tries to cut it back, but he has stood up. No gain on the play.
Stop was made by number 25, John Sniffen.
Sniffen.
No gain, it would be 2nd and goal.
Has the stop for the Bulldogs, and it's a great job sniffing out that play, if you will. 2nd and goal from the 2. Ewan from the shotgun. Looking left, throws left, and that one nearly intercepted. That's a pass that just needs to be a little bit higher. Farrell making that indication. Saying, let me just go up and get that one. Ewan tried to just zing it in there, but Davis had good coverage, and now it's 3rd and goal from the 2. Ewan with the snap. Wick sheds a tackle. He's in for the touchdown. Well, perhaps that's where you should have gone right away. But Chuck Wick, on 3rd and goal, runs out of a tackle in the backfield and in for the touchdown from 2 yards out. 31 seconds remaining here in the first half. That was a lengthy drive, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. It covered 78 yards, and Ventura now leads at 20-7 with the extra point pending. Kick is up and good for Arroyo. 21-7. Ventura back out to a 14-point lead. And she get one more look at the work of Chuck Wick. And it's going to be hard to bring down Chuck Wick with just an arm tackle. And he does the job there from 2 yards out. And the Pirates now lead at 21-7. .31 seconds remaining here in the first half. Davis back deep. Jackson Meskimen has it teed up. And the kick away taken at the 2. Out to the 15. And no further. Davis has had a tough night working against this Pirate kick coverage team. And again, the Bulldogs will have a long field. They'll spot this at the 16 with 25 seconds to go. They'll keep it on the ground. And Chris Dutra is going to be content to run out the clock in this first half and head to the locker room, trailing 21-7. Down to 9 seconds after the 1 yard carry. And the Bulldogs are not going to run another play. Halftime from the VC Sportsplex. And Ventura with a 21-7 lead over Allan Hancock. It's Ventura College football on SoCalCollegeSports.com and the VC Sports Network. Let's take you back through some of the first half highlights. Allan Hancock on the very first play, attempting to change things up. And a pass interference call sets up the Bulldogs at midfield. But eventually, the Pirate defense would stand and force the punt, but trouble ensuing immediately for the Pirates. A mishandle on the fair catch, and the Bulldogs get it right back. They would work it down into the red zone before they would settle for a field goal try from 30 yards out, but the Pirate special teams would redeem itself with the block on the Zacharias field goal attempt to keep the score at no score. Still early in the first quarter. The Pirates would finally get the football and go to work immediately. Chuck Wick catching the ball and running the ball. Got the Pirates moving quickly on their first drive. First on a swing pass, and then Wick would come right back on the next play and find good running room, and the Pirates were in business all the way down to the 25, but then the Bulldog defense would step up. Alakai Ewan with an ill-advised pass and an interception by Vonksy, the linebacker. And catch just the tail end of the return, and the Bulldogs would turn away the Pirates to keep it scoreless still in the first quarter. The Pirate defense would hold once again, and they would get the ball back. But they would find the sledding more difficult moving forward as the Bulldog defense stiffened against the Pirate running game. And again, the Pirates would be forced to punt, but Coach Steve Mushagian going for a little trickery. Attempts the fake punt from near midfield, but again, the Bulldogs quickly on the spot. And they turn away the Pirates on the fake punt and get it back. Another short field, but the Bulldogs still having some trouble. Eventually, they would get the ball back moving into the second quarter. And again, would work it into the Pirate red zone on a long run by Whitnell. And another field goal attempt for Zacharias, who had already missed two. This one a chip shot from 22 yards out, but the Pirate special teams comes up big again. Good penetration once again, and the kick pulled right and off the upright, and the score still 0-0. Finally, the Pirates would start to get something going. It was Alakai Ewan using his legs on the read option. Gets it out to midfield, and Steve Mushagian, not to be denied, goes back to the trickery. Fake the pitch to Wick. Instead, it goes to Chris Reeves, and Reeves flashes the good arm, finding a wide open Terrell Vaughn. And Vaughn able to walk it in for a 53-yard touchdown and a 7-0 Pirate lead. Vaughn with his 5th touchdown in the first 2.5 games. Pirates leading it 7-0. And now the Pirate defense would step up. Garcia under pressure, just trying to throw this one away, and Jeremiah Nunnery tiptoeing the far sideline with the interception. The Pirates take advantage of a short field. Wick on a 3rd and 5. This was a critical drive, setting up an eventual Pirate score. Wick with the second effort keeps that drive alive, and the Pirates would ultimately cash in. Ewan eventually from the 19 finds Deshaun Staples. Great back shoulder throw. Staples with the sliding catch. The Pirates go up 14-0. But the Bulldogs themselves. Not to be denied, and they come back, going back to the ground with Whitmill again on a 3rd and short, and Whitmill bursting into the Pirates secondary. Takes it to the 40-yard line of Ventura, and then on the very next play, Grandal in at quarterback for Allan Hancock. And he fakes, and the double move looking for Cajon Lakes, and Lakes beats the coverage and beats the Pirates for a 40-yard touchdown, and that would make it 14-7. The Pirates got it back and went right to work. A lengthy 78-yard drive with Juan Gaitan spelling Chuck Wick. A 22-yard run, should say a 25-yard run down to the 2-yard line. And after a couple of plays, it would eventually be Chuck Wick who would get the call on 3rd down from the 2-yard line. And Wick breaks the tackle at the line and walks in for the 2-yard touchdown, and the Pirates would take a 21-7 lead into the locker room. Quick look at some of the stats from the first half. Chuck Wick with 65 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Gaitan chipped in with 51 yards as the Pirates rolled up 150 yards on the ground in the first 30 minutes. Ewan, 5 of 9 in the first half for 58 yards with a touchdown and an interception. Terrell Vaughn with the 53-yard touchdown catch. Sanchez, the only Pirate player in double digits in receptions with a couple of catches for 13 yards. But the touchdowns go to Vaughn and Staples. Meanwhile, for Allan Hancock, Gavin Grandal, 2 of 6 in the first half for 48 yards with a touchdown and an interception. On the ground, it was Whitmill with 73 yards. Rayner with 22. For their part, Allan Hancock 146 yards on the ground in 28 carries. But it has led to just 7 points so far, so the Pirates will take it. 21-7 lead at the break. We'll try to get you some of the stats, or I should say some of the scores from around the SCFA, as we're just a couple of minutes away from the start of the 3rd quarter here from the VC Sportsplex. One of 2 games tonight here on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Saddleback in action at Pasadena. A makeup for our Saddleback fans. Had a little trouble last week. Internet connectivity, it's a bit of a deal breaker when you're going to stream games on YouTube. And we ran into a little trouble last week, and again, our apologies for those who might have tried to tune into that game. But we do have the Saddleback game at Pasadena tonight, and we'll have a couple of more Gaucho games moving forward. But from here, it's Pirate football and a 21-7 lead. Quickly check in on some other scores. A final earlier today, Golden West over West LA, 34-12. Also a final, Citrus over Palomar, 33-24. El Camino all over LA Harbor, 70-7. Mount San Jacinto, a 27-14 win at Grossmont. Games in progress. At the half, Bakersfield all over Santa Monica, 28-0. Continue to give you some of those scores. But we are getting ready to start the 3rd quarter. And indeed, we are underway. The Pirates, who deferred on the toss, will get it first to start the 3rd quarter, and a good return out to the 31-yard line. McDonald on the stop, but not before a solid return sets the Pirates up with good field position at their own 30-yard line. So Ewan returns with Wick in the backfield. Three wide receivers bunched to the bottom of your screen as the Pirates will work it from left to right here in the third quarter. Ewan on the keeper, and he is hit behind the line, tries to keep his feet, but he's brought down for a loss of a couple. They'll give him forward progress to the 28 for the loss of 2. Sniffin again in the backfield quickly. 2-yard loss. And second down and 12. Ewan in the first half did finish with 34 yards on the ground on 4 carries. But of a loss of a couple, we'll bring it back to second down and 12. We'll get to some more scores here as the third quarter moves on. Wick on the counter, slips out of one tackle, but a gain of just a couple before he is pushed back. Sniffing again quickly on that play, and got to continue to be impressed with Chuck Wick. Runs out of the first tackle, but the Bulldogs coming in waves on that one, and it brings up a third down and 10. And Alakai Ewan will look to the sideline. Plenty of time on the play clock. First drive of the third quarter. Straight drop for Ewan. Good pocket. Steps up, looking deep. Has a man. Completes the pass. Lancelotti with the reception. And this starts with great protection up front. That is a pickup of 27 yards. All kinds of time for Ewan, and Lancelotti slipping behind the coverage as the Pirates go back to work on the ground with Wick. Maybe squeezed out a yard. It'll come down to the spot. And they'll say no gain. Call it a 28-yard gain for Lancelotti. Good throw from Ewan. And a second and 10 after Wick, I should say, is stopped for no gain on first down. Ewan under pressure, flushed from the pocket, looking downfield, guns a pass on the far sideline, but it's incomplete. We do have a flag down. Back where you might expect to see a hold, Adkins was the intended target, and the early indication is this is going to go against the Pirates. So the 10-yard penalty will back it up. And it'll now be second and 20 as the Pirates move back to their own 48-yard line. Receivers left and right for Ewan on second and long. Has time, guns it in the flat, and it's incomplete. Adkins can't quite hold on. Perhaps heard some footsteps. We're on that far side. That was going to be a minimal gain for Chris Adkins, but instead it's no gain on the incompletion, and now it's third and forever for the Pirates from their own 48. They'll move 3 wide receivers to the near side as they overload the left side of the Bulldog defense. Here's the snap to Ewan. Stepping up. Ewan still looking for a lane. Weaves his way forward, but is eventually brought down after a gain of just 3. That's great coverage downfield. McIntyre eventually bringing Ewan down at the Bulldog 49-yard line. And, well, credit the Bulldog secondary with that stop. Nowhere for Ewan to go. Eventually flushed from the pocket. And just has to get what he could, 3 yards. And now the Pirates will punt from the Bulldog 49-yard line. That'll bring on Sanchez. Gets this kick away. And this will take a good bounce for the Pirates. This is going to be a great kick for Sanchez. Down inside the 5 and down to the 4-yard line. That's a 45-yard kick. No return. And And the Bulldogs will start out from the shadow of their own goalpost.
Rayner's the running back.
Rayner will start in the backfield. We saw 5 players with 8 or more carries last week for Allan Hancock, and they're well on their way. 5 players with 5 or more carries in the first half this week, and you'd expect more of the same in the second half. Rayner running right for a gain of a couple, and a 2nd and 8. Johnson with the stop for Ventura. It'll bring up 2nd down and 8. And who's coming in the game to run the football? Well, we'll just have to see. Second and 8, they stay on the ground. And a gain of about 4 to the 10. Desmond Newkirk was the ball carrier. And a 3rd down and 4 as Rayner will return for Newkirk. Under 11 to go here in the 3rd quarter, and the Pirates trying to play field position, see if they can get a quick 3 and out, get the football back. Rayner in the I formation. They go to Rayner. Trying to pick his way forward, but he is stood up short of 1st down yardage. It's a gain of a couple, but he needed 4. And 4th down coming up for the Bulldogs, and they'll have to punt. That'll bring on Cade England. And the Bulldog punting unit. Good hold by that Pirate defense. And they should get it back with very good field position. Sanchez out to take this punt. He waits near midfield. England from his end zone. That snap bounces in, but England gets it away and then gets off a booming kick. This is huge. Sanchez all the way back to the 33-yard line. That is a punt of 54 yards after a bad snap. Call it 55 yards. They're going to spot it at the 32. And that is potentially a very, very important play in this 3rd quarter. Pirates were looking at maybe getting the football all the way in Bulldog territory. Instead, they start from their own 32. Solid field position, but a fair distance to go. So we'll see if the Bulldog defense can capitalize on the good work by Cade England. Ewan from the shotgun, receivers left and right. Tries to squirt through, and he's just tripped up at the 36. Gain of about 4 for Ewan. Brown just able to trip him up. 2nd down and 6. And 3 wide receivers to the right for the Pirates. Bulldogs showing blitz. Here they come. They screen it out quickly. And this one well diagnosed by McDonald. Quickly wrapping up. I believe that was Blaze Williams with the catch, but I'm not sure. He and Lancelotti were both right there. They're saying Lancelotti had the catch. Either way, it's no gain on the play. In fact, it's a loss of a couple. Back to the 34-yard line where it'll be 3rd down and 8 for the Pirates. Again, the Bulldogs show blitz. And they come on the blitz. Out in the flat to Wick. Wick's in some trouble. And he's going to lose yardage once again all the way back to the 30. This is a great effort from the Bulldog defense. That's a loss of 4 yards back to the 30. So they bring the pressure and then do a great job tackling as Ewan tries to check down. And the Pirates, who look to have it all set up moments ago as they had the Bulldogs punting from deep in their own territory, but the big punt and then a quick 3 and out. And an opportunity falls by the wayside for Ventura. And instead, the Bulldogs will get it back. Sanchez has this punt blocked. Back inside the 10 at the 5. The Bulldogs are going to fall on it at about the 3-yard line. McWilliams gets the block. And we'll show you the replay here. And this is just a jailbreak, and Sanchez never really had a chance. And a big opportunity for the Bulldogs. Special teams miscue perhaps for Ventura. Meanwhile, they're looking at a player down on the far sideline at the 3-yard line. We'll take a quick break in the action with 7:40 to go. And the Bulldogs will have the football at the Ventura 3-yard line when we return. Good man. Jaquez McWilliams is the injured player for the Bulldogs. And he is helped off the field. They ended up putting him on the cart, and we won't speculate any further, but McWilliams coming off a tremendous play in which he got a hand on the block and then I believe got the recovery as well. So an enormous play sets up the Bulldogs at the doorstep from the 3-yard line where they'll have it 1st and 10. Did you see who the back was? On the ground, running right. What a job by the Pirate defense. Maurice Smith got the carry, but he ran right into a wall. No gain on the play. Eddie Battle checking into the game, and here he comes to replace Maurice Smith. And that was Sergio Laura with the big stop. 2nd and goal. Battle in the deep eye for the Bulldogs, trying to get back within a touchdown. Battle running left, tripped up, reaches for the line. No signal yet. Down at about the half-yard line, Eddie Battle. Let's see if we have that. Want to make sure that we stay on our camera here, but maybe want to potentially give you a look at this, but they'll spot it at the 1. Maybe we'll take a look here at the conclusion of this drive as Maurice Smith returns, 3rd and goal from the 1. Battle reached for the line, but didn't get in, and instead it's 3rd and goal from the 1. Smith on the carry, leaps, and he's in. Well, perhaps all for naught. Won't matter if there was controversy on the second down call as Smith gets in from a yard out. Well, after 9 rushing touchdowns last week, Allan Hancock has their first here tonight with 6:14 to go in the third, but they'll take it. Back within a touchdown at 21-13 with the extra point from Edgar Zacharias pending. That was all set up by the great work on special teams. The blocked punt, and the Bulldogs take over at the Ventura 3. 3 plays later, they're in. And we've got a brand new ball game, 21-14, 6:14 to go here in the third quarter. Well, they are the American Conference champions from a year ago, and this is schedule doesn't get a whole lot easier this week. I don't know that it gets much harder than Saddleback at Saddleback, but that might be about as tough a game as you're going to find in the SCFA this season. But this is a tough home test, and the Pirates have had their hands full, leading by just a touchdown with 6:14 to go. And I think right now the story has been more so the opportunism of Allan Hancock. A couple of big plays on special teams, forcing a couple of turnovers, and taking advantage of a short field to get back within 7. Let's see what Alakai Ewan and the Pirate offense can do. Little pressure mounts with 6:14 to go in the third. Pirates are back, waiting for the kick. Line drive kick. Adkins from the 4. Out to the 15. At the 20. 25. Makes a little move. And is hit from behind and dropped at the 31. That's a 27-yard return for Chris Adkins. And the Pirates will take over at their own 31-yard line. Mason with the stop for the Bulldogs. Ewan now with Gaitan and Wick in the backfield in an offset I formation. 3 wide receiver set. Wick, a little hesitation, now lowers his head, and he's ahead to the 34, a gain of about 3 with forward progress. Wick trying for his second 100-yard effort in 3 weeks. Good start with 65 yards in the first half. Play clock at 13, 2nd and 7 for Ventura. They send Wick in motion. Ewan, pressure coming from behind. That one knocked free, but the Pirates able to fall on it. That was nearly disaster. That was Barrera coming on the blitz. Peterson able to fall on it. Let's quickly take a look at the replay here. And Ewan with the pressure from the blind side as you watch Barrera come on the blitz and able to knock that ball free. But the Pirates fall on it. 3rd and 14 after a 7-yard loss. And we return to live action. Ewan flushed from the pocket again. Throws on the run. Leaping attempt near the first down marker. And the catch is made. Well, that's a tremendous catch, but it's going to be a couple of yards shy. Adkins with a great catch over on that far sideline at the 38-yard line, which is about 3 yards shy, a gain of 11, and it brings up 4th down and 3. Could the Pirates even be considering going for it? No, they will bring out Sanchez and punt this one away. Steve Sanchez, sophomore punter from Rio Mesa. And just moments ago, the Bulldogs were able to bring the pressure and get a block. And now a flag and a delay of game and 5 yards coming off for the Pirates. This will move it back to the 33-yard line. 4:08 to go in the third. Well, the Pirates with a couple of drives here in this third quarter. With some good adjustments by the Bulldogs defensively. Low snap, Sanchez steps up, gets away a line drive kick. This will take a good bounce for the Pirates inside the 30 of Allan Hancock and down to the 24. That's a 43-yard punt for Sanchez. No return. And the Bulldogs now 76 yards away from potentially tying this one up as they'll take over with 3:55 to go. And who will it be? It's a 1 in 5 chance that we're right here on the running back for the Bulldogs. I think that might be Whitmill. We'll wait to see on confirmation. It can be a little hard to keep track. Grandal under center. I formation backfield. First down yardage on the first down carry. Newkirk with a 15-yard run out to the 39. He'll be replaced by Whitmill. Well, that was a nice push up front by that offensive line. And Newkirk finding some running room. Newkirk with just 14 yards rushing in the first half, but he more than doubles that total with a 15-yard run to get Allan Hancock out to the 39. Whitmill looking for a lane, and he is hit and stopped after a gain of 3. Ludall with the stop, and Newkirk returns for this 2nd and 7 play from the 42 of Allan Hancock. Grandal has the snap. Newkirk running right again, and he's tripped up after a gain of 3. Owens able to trip up Whitmill after a gain of 3, and a 3rd and 4 coming up from the Bulldog 45. Looks like Whitmill returning. Sorry, that was Newkirk on the carry and Whitmill returning. Let's correct that. So Whitmill in the backfield for this 3rd and 4 play. 2:18 and counting remaining in the third. 3 wide receivers set. They fake to Whitmill. Grandal in some trouble. He's wrapped up. Just has to throw this one away, and it's complete for a major loss on the play as Grandal gets up hobbling. He completed it to Whitmill, and I think Grandal was just trying to throw this one away. Let's take a quick look at that replay as the punting unit will come on for Allan Hancock. And this is a great job reading and reacting, and Grandal in all kinds of trouble. And, yeah, I'm not sure that he even really wants to complete that pass. Certainly, as it turns out, he doesn't, as it's a major loss back to the 38-yard line. That's a loss of about 10 yards. And England will get the punt away. Another good kick. Takes a bounce inside the 10, down to the 5. Man, Kate England is having some kind of third quarter. That was a 57-yard punt, angled out of bounds at the 5-yard line. Well, it's not unheard of for the punter to be the MVP of part of a game or all of a game, but man, I mean, Kate England has been huge in this third quarter, completely reversing the field earlier to give the Bulldog defense a little bit of breathing room that they turned into an eventual blocked punt and a touchdown. And now he pins the Pirates back at the 5-yard line, and the Pirates haven't had a whole lot of success moving the football from anywhere in this third quarter. Minute 18 remaining as Ewan brings the Ventura offense out. Has the snap from his end zone, looking for the quick slant, and a flag comes in, and this should be pass interference. He was looking, I don't think that was Adkins. I want to say that was Chris Reeves, the intended target. Either way, it's a pass interference call that's going to move it from the 5. Out to the 13-yard line where it'll be 1st and 10. Ewan ready. Rolling right, still looking. Wanted Reeves, and the pass incomplete. Good coverage by Barrera. So 2nd down and 10 for Ventura from their own 13-yard line. Three wide receivers to the left. Ewan has the snap. Wick running left. Cuts it back at the 15 and falls forward. Gain of a couple. Cameron Brown sliding over for the stop. They don't give Wick much of a spot. They'll spot it at the 15. And a 3rd and 8 coming up for Ventura, who all of a sudden seems back on their heels against this Bulldog defense, trying to find something that'll work. Ewan with a straight drop, looking right. Bullets a pass to Reeves and completes it to the 23. That is very near the 1st down marker, but it looks by the initial spot that he's about a yard short of a 1st down. This is 4th and 1 from the 22, and I don't think there's any question here, but you got to send Steve Sanchez out. The Pirates don't have to run another play in the 3rd quarter. Down to 9 seconds. And Steve Mushagian is going to let this 3rd quarter run out, and we'll head to the 4th. Pirates facing a 4th and 1, 21-14 Ventura. It's Ventura College football on the VC Sports Network and SoCalCollegeSports.com. Start of the 4th quarter. And Sanchez on to punt. Just gets this one away. Might have even been partially tipped. Block there. It's a short kick from Sanchez. And the Bulldogs continuing to have success pressuring Sanchez. In fact, this is a very short kick. I'm still waiting to see exactly where the spot is. And they'll spot this at the Ventura 37. That is a kick of just 15 yards. And with 14:55 to go, it's the Pirate defense that's going to have to come up big again. Facing a short field, Rayner is the running back. Now, Grandal was injured on the last play. And let's see if he returns at quarterback. Try to get a number for you. Rayner Straight ahead, good push by that offensive line of the Bulldogs, and a gain of about 5. And Garcia, who threw a pass last week in the victory over LA Valley, so did see a little bit of action on for his first action tonight, as it's been Grandal at the controls, but Garcia gets the call here. 2nd down and 5. Offset eye, they keep it on the ground. Straight ahead, 1st down and more. Bulldogs are pumped up. Smith on the carry. Finally brought down by Cooper, but not before he reaches the Ventura 20 and gives the Bulldogs a fresh set of downs. Rayner back at tailback. And you get the feeling the Bulldogs have seized the momentum here, heading into the 4th. Rayner off tackle on the right side for a gain of a couple. Second down and a long 8 coming up. So this should be Smith returning. Nunnery with the stop on the 1st down carry. They'll give Rayner just a yard. And it'll be 2nd and 9. Full house backfield now. And they go to Smith over his right guard down to the 15, falls forward to the 14. 5-yard run for Smith. And a 3rd down and 4 coming up, and a massive 3rd down it will be. Rayner back on for the Bulldogs for this 3rd and 4 play. Again, they stick with fullback and a tight end in the backfield. They run it right, and the Pirate defense stands up. Rayner gets to the 13, a gain of about a yard, and he's a long 2 away from a 1st down. And given the struggles on the field goal attempts so far, I'm a little surprised in a 7-point game with 12:44 to go that the Bulldogs don't give a little thought to going for it here. But instead, they'll bring out Zacharias, and he will try the field goal. So the Pirate defense with a big stop. They force the field goal attempt. This will be an attempt of 29 yards. It'll come from the right hash. Zacharias is ready. Snap, placement down, kick is up, and this doinks off the left upright. Well, what a nightmare night for the Bulldogs in the kicking game. Not so much the punting, as we've talked about, but in terms of the field goals, it has been a monumental struggle for Edgar Zacharias, and you know, a little bad fortune to go with some of the misses as well. He's managed to hit the upright on the left and on the right, both sides of the field. There was another bad snap on another missed field goal, and that always throws the timing of a playoff. Art, do you remember the name of the kicker for the Bears that kept on hitting the upright last year? Yeah, I'm sure someone does, but it's reminiscent. It's starting to feel a little bit snake bit if you're a Bulldog fan. Gaitan tripped up in the backfield, didn't get back to the line. So 2nd and long coming up. Gaitan remains in the backfield. Ewan on the quick slant completes for a 1st down. Lancelotti had a big catch earlier in the game. Makes his 2nd reception here, and it's a big one here to get a 1st down for the Pirates, and those have been hard to come by here in this second half. Pirates moved the chains for one of the few times in this second half that I can recall. They go back to the ground on 1st down, and the Bulldogs have it well diagnosed. Gaitan able to pick his way forward for a couple of yards perhaps. They'll spot it at the 32, call that a gain of 1. And 2nd down and 9 coming up for the Pirates. Clock continues to move, 11:05 and counting remaining in the game. Ewan with 3 wide receivers to his right. Has the snap, 4-man rush, swings it outside to Gaitan. Gaitan breaks a tackle and is eventually hit and stopped at the 36 after a gain of 4. Mataisi eventually able to bring Gaitan down, and it will bring up a 3rd down and 5 for Ventura at their own 36-yard line, and Pirates could use a 1st down here. Give that defense a little more of a blow. Gaitan hard running up the middle, and he's got the 1st down out to the 43. That's a 7-yard run and a great effort by that Pirate offensive line to open up a lane for Gaitan. And the Pirates move the chains, and that's a big 1st down for Ventura. Can take a little more time off the clock, but perhaps just as importantly, they can hold the football away from the Bulldog offense for a little bit longer. Give their defense a little time to recover. Gaitan gets the call again, running right. Gain of about a yard. Cameron Brown with another stop. Brown's had a nice night on that defensive line for the Bulldogs, and the Bulldogs have really stepped up after allowing 150 yards rushing in the 1st half to Ventura. And they have been far more stingy defensively in this 2nd half. Ewan facing a 2nd and 9, has receivers left and right. 4-man rush. Ewan with time over the middle, finds Lancelotti, makes a move at the 50, and weaves his way forward to the 45, a gain of 11. Goldhammer eventually with the stop, and this is a nice job by Ewan. Good protection up front. And he finds Lancelotti sitting down in that zone. And the Pirates with another 1st down. Back to live action. Ewan rolling right, throws on the run and completes. Another sizable gain for the Pirates into the Bulldog red zone. All the way down to the 12. The Pirates want to move quickly. I believe that was Blaze Williams on the reception trying to get that for you, but the Pirates going right back to work. They keep it on the ground. Gaitan running right, gets it down to the 8. 4-yard run, brings up 2nd down and 6. Say that was Williams with that big reception. 33 yards down to the 12, and the Pirates are in business trying to give themselves a little cushion. It's a 7-point game right now. Gaitan and Wick in the backfield. Wick from the deep eye. Straight ahead. Bounces off a tackler. And he's inside the 5 down to the 4. That's a 5-yard run on 2nd and 7. Brings up 3rd down and short for the Pirates midway through the 4th. Mataisi eventually with the stop, and I really like the way Chuck Wick runs. It's in his blood. His brother, a heavily recruited running back as well. Wick again on the right side, very near the 1st down. It's going to come down to the spot. Is that right? Chuck Wick's brother playing in the CFL. Art Gilbreth with the information. Well, I know he's a guy that they wanted at Ventura as well. And we're still waiting on a call here. And they're going to say that Wick is a little bit short. So 4th and less than a yard. And Steve Mushagin could make this a 2-score game if he sends out Arroyo. But on the other hand, he's got to have a lot of confidence in his offense. And the Pirates will talk it over. 6:45 to go, facing a 4th and short at the Allan Hancock 3. It's Ventura College football on the VC Sports Network. There's another look at the big completion to Williams that helped keep this drive going and get the Pirates down close. They have it now at the 3-yard line. And what will be the call? Arroyo's 2 for 4 on the season on field goal attempts. And the Pirates are going to line up to go for it. Chuck Wick in the deep eye. Ewan has the snap. They fake it. Ewan on the keeper. Down to the goal line. Not in, but he does have enough for the first down. There is a flag down as well. This drive started all the way back on the Ventura 20-yard line. So the Pirates trying to go 80 yards here and put themselves up a couple of touchdowns. They had the first down for the briefest of times, but a flag down. And we do have a player down as well. 6:39 remaining in the game. Well, they went to the read option with Allan Ewan. And that play has been successful a couple of times in this game, and it was successful once again for a first down, but there is a flag down and a player down. So, okay, they're going to pick up the flag, so no flag. But they will still take a look at an injured player. We'll take a quick timeout. It's a 1st and goal for Ventura. Oh, no, they're going to, everybody's up, so that is a good sign. Bulldog player appears to be working his way off, and you get a look there, and that is Mataisi. Yeah, Seth Mataisi, who has been all over the field tonight, and he's jogging off under his own power, and that's always a great sign, of course. So Mataisi looks like he's okay, and we're ready to go. The Pirates now just a yard away with 6:39 to go, trying to punch it in and push this back out to a 13-point lead with 6:39 to go. And, of course, the Bulldogs have a little more difficulty striking quickly, relying on the running game as they do. So this is potentially a very big score. Wick hit behind the line, churning the legs, but he's not going to get there. I think Wick might have even lost a yard on the play. We'll see where they end up spotting this. Trent Kimmel with the stop. Good penetration by that Bulldog front 7. Really, I suppose when you're at the 1 or 2 yard line, it really just becomes the front 11 at that point. 2nd and goal. They'll say Wick got back to the line. Now it's Gaitan in the backfield with Ewan. They spread it out with 3 wide receivers to the left. Gaitan straight ahead, in for the touchdown. Good push on that left side, and the Pirates go 80 yards in 6 minutes and 24 seconds. That is a huge response. Finished off by Gaitan from a yard out. Arroyo's extra point is good. What a response by Ventura. Moving it down the field, running and passing. And now they have the 14-point lead again with 5:51 to go. And you know, it's not exactly the nail in the coffin, but The Bulldogs back in a bit of a hole now. They got to come up with 2 scores in under 6 minutes. Looks like Rayner heading back deep to receive the kick. The kick away. And a flag on the kickoff. Let's see what the call is here. They're in the third. Fullerton leading at Santa Ana 38-10. LA Valley forced to forfeit earlier today. Long Beach will get that win. We'll see Long Beach later this season in our coverage as they will host Ventura. That one all the way on the last week of the season. So we won't see them for quite a bit, but head down to Long Beach, take on the Vikings led by Coach Brett Peabody, and that'll be a tough matchup. Pirates have a few of them. Northern Division seemingly gets tougher every year. Last year, 2 teams in the playoffs out of the North. And eventually the SCFA champion comes out of the North. Cerritos in the third, all over College of the Desert, 34-7. Riverside and San Bernardino Valley at the half, 31-27. Some fireworks there in Riverside. Tiger is always one of the top players, and of course San Bernardino Valley, the runner-up last year in the American Conference, losing a tight one to Allan Hancock in a great championship game. And both of those schools acquitting themselves well in the early season and here tonight, as Allan Hancock has traveled to the VC Sportsplex, a place where more than a few teams have struggled. And they have hung right in, trailing 28-14, and meanwhile, San Bernardino Valley giving Riverside all they can handle. East Los Angeles way ahead of Compton, 33-7. They're at the half. Possible upset in Walnut. Mount San Antonio College trailing Chaffee in the fourth, 21-15. Saddleback all over Pasadena. Of course, we have that game for you on SoCalCollegeSports.com. Mike Cepeda over there in Pasadena. Say hey to our good buddy Tony Barbone. Bones. First down carry out to the 18-yard line. Lakes gets the carry. That's his first carry tonight. Anusium with the stop. Second down and 5. Looks like Whitmill checking in the backfield. Garcia under center. Rolling right, under pressure. Tries to split a couple of tacklers, and he takes a big hit, and he's dropped. Loss of about a yard. This will go down as a sack. Look like Freeman and Owens teaming up for the stop. Call it a loss of a couple. They'll spot it at the 16 and 3rd and 7. Coming up. Under 5 minutes to go. The clock winds, 4:36 and counting. And a 3rd down and 7. Both receivers to the right. They pitch it left. Pirates all over this play. Eddie Battle never had a chance. He's dropped for a loss. Back at the 10. That's a loss of 6 as Praise Villemou blows that play up and ends that drive. And as Cade England comes on to punt it away, Give you one more look here at the work of Villamou. Well, they tried to overload the right side and then run it back to the left, and Villamou, see the angle he takes there, and he's on that play. Really, before that play has any chance to develop. Short kick from England, but it takes a Bulldog bounce. And it'll end at the 38, so it's going to be a pretty good result. 52 yards. I think in that situation, Dustin Sanchez with a pretty clear path of action. No need to touch that football with 3:34 to go. Right now, the real enemy for the Bulldogs is the clock. And the Pirates going to see if maybe they can finish this one out right here. Wouldn't that be nice if you're a Ventura fan? Just run this one out and get ready for next week. Pirates back in action next week. They'll be down at Palomar. Final non-conference game for the Pirates before they get started with the gauntlet that is the National North. A little trouble on the exchange, and Wick is swallowed up behind the line. A loss of 3. Back to the 35. Trenton Carter with the tackle. And well, I'm going to have to sort of guesstimate it here. We don't have the live stats, but I think Chuck Wick fell a little short of 100 yards tonight. But that is no problem, I'm sure, for the Pirates if they can emerge with the win. They fake it. Read option, and Ewan slips out of a couple of tackles. Stiff arms another man. It's a foot race for the pylon. Ewan runs out of another tackle. 65 yards and a touchdown. Alakaya Ewan slams the door. Well, that just may be the play of the game right there. Another read option, and then just watch the individual effort by Ewan. Sidesteps a couple of tacklers here, and then how about the strength? Wards off a tackler, now the speed. And he runs away from another one for Ewan. I remember now that run in week 1, this was 65 yards. And Ewan's run in week 1, the victory over Orange Coast, was a similar length. Well, Chuck Wick might not have gotten 100 yards, but I think Alakai Ewan just did. 2:48 to go. And the Pirates have all but salted this one away. Well, perhaps this will ultimately go down as one of those games that was a little closer than the score would indicate, as the Pirates take their largest lead of the night at 35-14. Man, oh man. Well, we got a second. Pirate fans, how about one more look at the work of Alakai Ewan? This one perhaps deserves a second look if you're a Ventura fan, and a couple of opportunities there, but yeah, look at Alakai Ewan, and here's the problem. It's the speed early in the play, the shiftiness early, then it's the strength in the middle, and then it's the breakaway speed at the end. And that is how a player can be as hard to contain as Alakai Ewan is. And for the Bulldogs, they've done a pretty good job through about 57 minutes of this game. But Ewan finds a way, 65 yards, and now it's 35-14. Kickoff taken at the 5. Tripped up at the 25. Davis on the return. Gets 20 yards, and now with 2:44 to go. Now, and Hancock will have it at the 25-yard line. So Gavin Grandal, has returned at quarterback. And now the Bulldogs will come out in a 4-wide receiver set under the heading of things that you rarely see. Might not see this one again. Yeah, you go back to last year in Allan Hancock, one loss on the season. It was the loss at home to the Pirates in a close game. And it is not an earth-shattering leap here to think of the possibility that Bulldogs might not trail like this again this season. So you might be getting your only look at a spread offense with multiple receivers from the Bulldogs, as good as they were last year. But obviously an opportunity here to run a little different kind of offense. 2nd and 4. Grandal looks to throw, pump fakes, in trouble behind the line. He's going to be sacked. And the Pirates can celebrate. Moyer and Cervantes teaming up. It was Cervantes that really got there first. And that takes them all the way back to the 24. It's a loss of 7 and a 3rd and 11 with under 2 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. Timeout going to be taken. Bulldogs will use their first timeout here in the 4th quarter. 1:35 to go, 35-14. It's Ventura College Football on the VC Sports Network and SoCalCollegeSports.com. Third and long for the Bulldogs. A little movement, no flags. Grandal dropping deep. They set up the screen. A little running room on the far side, but this will be short of the first down marker out to the 30. That's a 6-yard gain, and it brings up 4th down and 5. Newkirk with the reception. Yeast brings down Newkirk. And 4th and 5, and Rayner will return in the backfield. And the Bulldogs, little reason not to go for it here as we wind down to a minute to go. Again, for VC fans, back in action next week at Palomar. So back on the road. Quick slant, and it's dropped. And now the Pirates, if they want, can just run this one out. So the turnover on downs. We'll bring it back. So Ewan can come out, and the Pirates will just set up in victory formation here, and they can kneel it, and that'll do it. And, of course, for Bulldog fans next week, while we give you the VC schedule, we wanted to let you know that Allan Hancock back in action. They'll be on the road next week as well. They're at West LA, so they'll try to get back on track with a road game at West LA. Ewan can take the final knee, and this will be a final. 35-14, Ventura. A little bit of a scare here in the second half, but a great response in this 4th quarter, and the Pirates with a couple of touchdowns, a long drive, and then Alakai Ewan with the 65-yard run. Spectacular highlight run from Ewan to really salt this one away. Final score, once again, 35-14. We're going to step aside and call in tonight here on SoCalCollegeSports.com, but we will give you a chance to take a look at some of the highlights from the second half as we take it out Once again, the final score 35-14. Ventura. They moved to 2-1 on the season. Allan Hancock with the loss moves to 1-1 on the season. For everybody here at SoCalCollegeSports.com, thanks so much for joining us. Once again, final score 35-14, Ventura over Allan Hancock. We'll see you next week, everybody.